Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to this already ninth BrIAS Sustainable Robotics Seminar. I have also an announcement that still next week is the forum on sustainable robotic technologies. There's still some places available, so if you feel to come both online as physically, please subscribe so we know how many people we can attend. And we're working a lot on exoskeletons from the different viewpoints, social, engineering, physiological, and so on. So I'm very pleased that Professor Bettina Wollesen from the University of Hamburg on the Institute of Human Movement Sciences is here because she will explain us on the cognitive motor interference while using an exoskeleton. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. I'm very honored to speak here and to be here with all these interesting people. I was a bit afraid of doing my talk for today because I saw so many nicely technique-related presentations during the last week that I was a bit afraid to present what we are doing. Nevertheless, I'm happy to show you my journey of research that led me in the end or guided me to this topic of examining cognitive motor interference while using an exoskeleton, which I will explain to you. So I will take you with me, if this will work. I will take you with me on my journey and will tell you something about cognitive motor interference in daily situations, which was the beginning of my research and where I was working in. I'm a human movement scientist, but I'm working in the sports fields and also in the health promotion fields. And during this work, I was doing ground research and also theoretical model-based research. And so I learned a lot about cognitive motor interference in daily activities. And we have some models that we should understand if we want to know how these cognitive motor interference might occur in daily working situation where we use an exoskeleton. And this leads me to our ongoing behavioral experimental approach on to double-check what is going on in the interaction of brain-body dynamics while using exoskeletons, and then I will give you some future directions. So, I will start with my research. I was starting in the middle of the 2000s on researching in falls prevention. And I wanted to know why these older women who's taking her dog for a walk might have an increased risk of having really injurious fall and might be in hospital and afterwards in rehab or whatever. And I learned that balance and gait stability are highly relevant when we want to act with our environment, and this is also a key factor for maintaining independency in older age. And when we look at this woman, her postural control is dependent on movement goals, so walking her dog, her attentional resources that she can spend on the environment and her dog and what she wants to do, her perception of the movement, and her coordination of the movement. And we can say that these kind of daily activities are nearly kind of multitasking situations, and therefore the dual task paradigm is a good opportunity to get more insights what's going on in the motor performance and in the brain performance when we look at this. So this multitasking scenario for this older woman might be a result of holding the lead, reacting to the dog's behavior, holding her stick, stabilize her balance with all these aspects, react to other pedestrians, and maybe she also has reduced hearing impairments, pain, or as you can see with her glasses, she has reduced visual abilities. And all these things will come together and have to be taken into account for her motor control in the daily life situation. But I will show you a video that will more show you what's going on. We have a person in gait rehab here. So he will walk over obstacles. So this was no problem. And now he has to do a cognitive task, subtracting sevens. And here you can impressively see what's going on and what is meant by cognitive motor interference. Yeah, I think everybody got it. So this is our impression of what might happen if the brain-body dynamics does not work together perfectly. As I said, I'm a human movement science. We can also integrate this into sports situations, because also sports situations, especially if you have to interact with your opponents, are a kind of like dual tasking or multitasking situation. And again, our postural control is dependent on our movement goals, our attentional resources, our perception, and our coordination of movements. So this is quietly transferable into different settings, what I've done in older adult research. So these different sports situations need cognitive motor interactions. And I will give you an example again. Here it's more the sensory part of it, but it's also impressive. Did you see what happened? Yeah, it's just a movement that did not work out because there were so many things in interaction with the environment that he was not able to catch the ball, and then the thing happened. So this is cognitive motor interference, a lot of things at the same time. And we have cognitive processes in these daily life situations that have to fulfill to successfully follow our movement goals. So first we need to do information processing about the relevant stimulus response condition, about what is required to us and what we want to do. And then we have to do goal planning in our head, and this is becoming, or this is done consciously. So we do goal planning on multitasking to get all the different things that we want to interact with done in our head. And afterwards, we will have the resource allocation, which gives us the right amount of resources to the cognitive part and the motor part. And if everything is working fine, then both is working fine, so we don't have any motor problems, like these gait interference or like not catching the ball. And then this is meant like a task managing strategy where you follow the motor planning and all these like processes that are going on in the brain at the same time. This is how you can, or this is how you might understand this, and this is where I was coming from in my research. To understand what we are doing and what we have to do, maybe some behavioral model of cognitive motor interference might help us to see from which perspective we can look at these situations and how this might help us in the designing of technical solutions. So first of all, we have the problem with our attention because our brain is limited in how much information it can intake at the same amount of time, which means our attentional control and working memory has restrictions. And if we want to do two tasks simultaneously, then we might have decrements in one or two of these tasks. And then we also have like different areas in the brain, which I already talked of, that they have to interact. And maybe different domains in our brain have to compete for the same resources to require the right cognitive or the required motor response. So we have a competition because a lot of cognitive aspects and especially motor performance need executive control, and this is why we suffer sometimes in these multitasking situations, because these multitasking plans, interactions, etc. are highly executive functions. And maybe also we have suggested different areas of capacity, and we have like domains of processing for encoding information, for modularities of the input, and also the processing codes if something is like done spatial or verbal. And here you can see that these interaction processes might overlap, and that this might be the fact or the situation when it comes to a kind of bottleneck or limited performance. And we also know that when we have a new situation, like you saw in the video with the baseball game, that in this new situation we have the most conflicting aspects because this movement is unexpected and could not be learned and could not be done. So it has to be situation specific, and this is where the problem occurred. And then there are other aspects of the task situation. So we know from the literature that sometimes an additional cognitive task will decrease our motor performance, and sometimes it helps us to get better in our motor performance. So this gave us some ideas about that, especially for balance, that the task complexity has a main impact on if we do a better motor performance or a worse motor performance. And for example, if you want to read a sign and you stand on one leg, you can't move around a lot because then you can't read. And this means that you have to do something with your task integration into your whole body mind setup. And so this will lead you to the super postural task model, which shows that if I have to do a certain work task, then my whole body will follow my plans. But this is not always the case. It's for some tasks the case. And then again, in relation to task complexity and the nature of the task, then you might improve or decrease your balance performance. And again, the more executive control a motor task and a cognitive task require, the more you will get into trouble with all these task integration stuff and all the sorting of your motor and cognitive performance. And the last level is that at a certain stage, you might have to prioritize one task over the other if you want to follow your cognitive goal or your movement goal. And normally we are trained to follow our cognitive goals because this is our plan, this is what we have our working day, we have to do this and this and this and this and this. And we are used to trust that our motor responses will follow them because walking and interacting with the environment is highly automatized and we don't have to care about this. Nevertheless, if we are getting older or if we are getting in more complex or new situations, then we have to take care which task we want to follow. And for older adults who are in a high risk of falling, they should prioritize the motor task above their movement goals. And the task which is not prioritized so much, this will have the decrements in performance. And this is highly relevant again for us, for technology development, because the interacting with technology, the input of our how do you call it? The controlling devices need to be intuitive, etc., 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 so that we can follow our daily goals and that we don't have to spend so much thinking on maybe the control or the cognitive affordances of the technology that we want to interact with. And I came up with a model where we can try to sort our daily situations too. We have the cognitive processes that are required in our daily situation. What kind of stimulus intake do we have? What kind of modalities are used? And what kind of interference might occur? And then we have, on top of this, the complexity of the task situation. The more complex the situation is, the more you have to spend an idea of what do you have to solve. And this will lead you to the task managing strategy, is there a super postural task when you want to read a sign and you need to keep a quiet stand? Or do I have to maintain my balance and neglect the cognitive performance? And then you have to do something like task switching, which somebody of us can do quite good. Or we have to do things simultaneously, writing a text message while we are walking down to the bar where we want to meet. We can do this quite well, but in older age, this might cause problems with us. And our
I prefer to drive and type messages.
yeah, that's better. It's better. So in older age, we have like, and also in daily life situation, we have the individual aspects of the resource allocation dependent on how we are able and optimized in our movement behavior, like as good as we can drive and as good as we can write text messages, write driving, it's the better the result will be according to the traffic that we have to observe. And next to this, it's also dependent on fatigue. Like the more fatigued you are, the less motor and cognitive performance you might have. And it's also task related, and this is what I already said, that we have the nature of the task and the related attentional resources. And before I come to the exoskeleton research, which you might be curious of, I would just keep you to remind that we have cognitive dimensions of daily movements, which are the executive functions, the visual memory, the visual spatial orientation, and the selective or divided attention. And these aspects need to be taken into account when we do technology development for human-machine interaction. So we have the executive functions which are necessary to draw attention to gait or to our daily movements, and we also use these to inhibit irrelevant information, which we can quite good if we are focused on something. And also these are like highly recommended to use for the task prioritization. And also like when we have to combine several movements. I will show you a video of a working situation in some seconds, then you know what I mean with this. And for the visual spatial orientation, we have to use them for navigation and change of the location, and this is also quite relevant for working situations or for daily activities. And we also here get the information about the arrangement of objects, the room of moving objects in the environment, which is also really required for the interaction with robots or cobots or whatever. And then we have the selective attention, where we have to like select where we have to put our control in. And here, this is highly like selective and depends on the individual behavior, their history, and also things that they like and they don't like. And this divided attention also enables us to switch between tasks, which is highly relevant in working conditions as well. And finally, we have the visual memory, where we have to like interact in daily activities and to show that our visual memory will help us to process our information. Okay. So you know all the theory that I was like working on in the last 10 years to get to know what do we have to think of in daily activities. And how should we transfer this now into experiments with exoskeleton use. And I promised you I show you working condition. And maybe you can think what's happening here. You will see what happens. So here you can see that he has to interact with different machines at the same time. He has to have a good motor planning. He has to have a good task organization because the stuff around him is moving. And if you don't have like a correct good attention, then he will bump into this and he will be definitely highly injured by this. But like he's used to it and he knows what to do, he can walk forwards and backwards and he knows when, at which time the machine is coming out and what is going on. But this is what happens in a lot of daily activities in specific companies that are like having a human-machine interaction process, as you can see. So for him, again, we come back to this concept. We have this daily working task that require the integration of what is going on with the technological functionalities around him. His postural control, again, is dependent on his movement goals, his attentional resources, his perception, and his coordination. And maybe, if we use an exoskeleton, this might put additional effort on our brain because we have to carry on additional things, or it helps us at the end of a working day because we are fatigued and maybe we can act so fast in our movements that it would be better to be able to act that fast because you have seen what is happening if he does not do the right movements at the same at the correct time. So we looked how we can do this research in exoskeleton use, and we learned from the literature that exoskeleton use might reduce the physical fatigue. Nevertheless, there were conflicting results with the respect of the time that were taken to complete the task, which would be a nightmare in his situation. And moreover, we saw that male and females differ in their adaptation to the exoskeleton and the task, according maybe to postural discomfort, but also maybe due to the weight of the exoskeletons and other aspects. And wearing an exoskeleton might impose greater effort on motor adaptation as well as in neurocognitive control, and this is exactly what I was talking about the last minutes, about that we have maybe motor control adjustments to the situation and to what we are doing. So the adaptation to these assistant devices like exoskeletons might induce a higher attentional load. And this is what we wanted to test. We wanted to see whether this is the case or not. Because all the engineers and mechanicians says, yeah, if you wear an exoskeleton, then everything is fine and you free up all your resources. And I was, from a motor science point of view, like, I'm not sure. We have to test this. So we looked at cognitive motor interference in exoskeleton use, and our idea was what is happening according to the cognitive load in the working task, what will be the influences of individual abilities and constraints, and, to be honest, also the support characteristics of the exoskeletons plays a crucial role because it might be active or passive, and especially passive exoskeletons might induce discomfort. And we did an actual study where we looked at an upper body task with an upper body exoskeletons. We did overhead activities in dual task conditions, like a kind of listening and counting task, because this might be also something where you have to react on in this working situation, like to hear what is going on in the environment, and if like a machine might be ready, something like this, like having an audio task together with the exoskeleton use. And what you might see here, I will come back to this. This was a nailing task, and we looked at speed accuracy trade-off. I will come back to this in a few seconds. So then we put on additional fatigue to this situation, and we looked at the muscular activity of the three muscles that you can see here. We took in 10 participants, and they had to do 3 of task repetitions there, and we have an overhead nailing task with a fixed task design. And here you can see what is meant by the fixed task. So in the first round, they have to do, or they have this bigger squares. In the second round, they have smaller squares. And in the third round, they have the smallest squares. But these are randomized to avoid learning effects. So they will be presented in a randomized order. And you can calculate if with like increasing fatigue or with or without exoskeleton use, the task performance for hitting the square with the nails over the time will increase or decrease. And here is our fatigue protocol. So we fatigued the calf muscles and the shoulder muscles, which are relevant for standing and for the overhead task. And then we looked at what is happening when you have the exos and if you don't have the exos and the dual task and not the dual task. And what we found was a reduced activation in the two muscles presented here with respect to the dual task condition, but not to the exoskeleton condition. So this was quite interesting that we found muscular reductions, not significantly for the exoskeleton use, but for the single and the dual task condition, with less muscle activity for dual task performance. And when you look at the situation in the FITS task, then you can see that the speed accuracy trade-offs from like single task to dual task are highly increasing, and also with the complexity or the more precision of the FITS task. And for the muscles, here you can see the muscle activation, again for the two muscles. You can see the trend in a reduction of the muscle activity with or without exoskeleton, what should have been observed according to the literature. But we did not found significant results here for the bars that you can observe here. So if we look at the relation to muscle activity, wearing an exoskeleton or doing a dual task or not, then we can see that we had these reduced activities, but like we failed to be significant. We had these changes in the dual task before and after. And we found comparable studies like ours, not using a dual task, but they found these reductions. Nevertheless, maybe we had like a problem of the cohort. So we had like 5 male and 5 female persons, and the females normally show greater reductions than the males, and maybe this was mixed up. We are like proving this at this moment. And on the other hand, like having 5 and 5 person using an exoskeleton might not be good to see all these differences that might be there when you have a cohort comparing to an individual. Nevertheless, other like exoskeleton studies also only have like 10 or 12 persons. In the literature, according to our results, there is less consistency about the activity of the musculus trapezius. So this was not like a surprise that we didn't find something here. And maybe we should also look in what is happening when we have a longer wearing of the exoskeletons, because then the back muscles might be also affected by a specific fatigue. And when we look into the cognitive motor interference, which was like the main idea of my talk, then we found the dual task cost in the movement accuracy task, like the speed accuracy trade-offs were like greater for the dual task conditions. With or without exoskeletons, there was no significant differences, but we don't know if like the complexity of the cognitive processes here are like comparable to the situation that you saw in the environment of the video I showed you. And this is maybe because we have to be more ecologically valid with our task, and we need to have more like the nature surrounding instead of like this highly controlled experiments, which we need at the beginning to get first insights into the mechanisms, but we need to then go outside and see what is happening in the real world. And the reduced muscle activity under dual task might be an indicator why these performance decrements occurred. However, nevertheless, the cohort is too small. And we also need to look if there would be differences for different types of dual tasks with respect to the motor outcome, or what will happen when we look into motor-brain interactions. So the question that occurs is, how can we create exoskeletons that are suitable for this situation that we saw there? We are not yet there, but maybe some future directions can take us there. So at this stage, I'm here and I'm happy to be here and to look whether there are differences between male and female participants. And at the moment, we are like conducting these experiments, and we already got 19 females in. So I'm quite curious about these results. And afterwards, we will start in Hamburg to look into 40 females and 40 males to have a higher cohort to better see all these interaction effects. And also here the researchers from the VUB are involved, and we will look at the motion analysis, muscle activity, muscle synergies. We look into the brain with an FNIAS, and we also will have like subjective perceived exertion and a lot of questionnaires for the comfort and discomfort. Thank you, Shirley, for providing us and helping us with this study. I'm really looking forward to this. And my long-term goal would be to create exoskeletons that will really help the people in situations like in care facilities, where I worked a lot in the last years together with my team. So it would be great to have an exoskeleton for back muscle support for this situation in inpatient or outpatient care. And of course, we would be able to, or we would be happy to collaborate here with other participants of the BrIAS. And my personal vision is that at some stage, we will be able to get all these different physiological responses in these daily working situations combined together, giving us a whole picture of what is going on. And then we can create the individual solutions for this person in this situation, maybe as I showed you with this like working environment condition, or like in injury prevention or in neuroergonomic rehabilitation. So there would be so many application fields if we understand the meter area of this research that we can adapt to it. So from my perspective, I will look into these multitasking situations. I will identify the physiocognitive demands, and then I will look at the motor outcomes, and hopefully a lot more than now with like brain-body dynamics. And this is, for me, what we will have to do in the future. So I thank my collaboration partners and also my team that is helping me to do all this stuff. And I'm open for questions and critics and comments.
I see multiple questions. Hello, thank you very much for the nice presentation. I was wondering, with the study you're setting up now, are you controlling or taking into account the variability into age and the relation in age? Because you're now focusing on gender.
Yeah, we need to figure out if like a 40-40 person cohort can also relate to age, or if we have to like reduce the age. Like for when we want to aim for going into hospital or care facilities in Germany at the end, we need to take in persons between 35 and 65. And if we want to do something like for other branches, then we should like have younger cohorts. Good question. I think we need to discuss this.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. How do you take into account the emotional effects? Let me explain. We all know that in animals there are very strong interactions between emotions and motor function. Myself, when I was young and I had to pass an exam, I started shaking. Okay, when you give the example of the baseball player, the baseball. If I had to catch this ball, I would say, "Oh, I have to catch it! I have to catch it! I have to catch it!" And I would be so stressed that I wouldn't catch it. I can imagine also that people who have to wear exoskeletons may have fear of the technology. And when you say that there is a difference between male and female, how do you know that it has to do with cognitive aspects? I don't think so. I think it's emotional aspects.
Yeah, this is what we try to like integrate in the research right now. So, of course, this is why I show you the video with the sensory input and all these influencing factors. Of course, emotional aspects have a real impact on it. And yeah, we are up to this. Like we want to have the whole picture, not just a one-dimensional one.
Hi, thank you. You showed the video with the car tires in Continental. You showed the person working on the tires, and it was almost like a dance. Yeah, it was like an orchestrated dance. He was going from one place to the other place. So it is somehow hard coded in the brain that they got used to the task. Yeah. So it also depends when a person is starting with the task. They are very afraid of what's going to happen. But once they get into the rhythm of it, it's more natural, yeah? So how does this have also an influence in your design, or do you also consider these kind of aspects into your research?
Yeah, you're right. I called this the multitasking working dance when I presented this to my students the first time. And this is the aspect that I was showing in the beginning with the theory, that at the stage when you have highly automatized movements, then the number of maybe movement mistakes are reduced. But to be honest, we don't know what is happening if he gets sick, or if he like just I don't know had like an injury on his ankle during sports and then goes to work. Then all these movements are disturbed by the new kind of interaction with the situation. And if we want to give such a person an exoskeleton, this will also again need a new learning phase, and this is also why the group here at BrIAS also look at learning effects on like exoskeleton use. So I think it's important to adapt to the unforeseen natures of situations and see how we can deal with this in the future. And to be honest, I don't think that passive exoskeletons might be a solution there. So we need more like active exoskeletons that have like an intelligence in it that can adapt to the required amount of support and what is going on.
Thank you for a nice presentation. I have, I think, two questions. The first thing I wonder about conceptually is when we want to compare people based on something like gender identity, does it make more sense for us to try to create subject pools which represent the people who would actually use these exoskeletons in an industrial environment versus the variability we see in the general public? And my second question is, I would assume that the way that people design industrial processes, like say, for example, the tire creation process, they consider human movements when they create those processes, and try to design them so they incorporate normal human movements. So I guess my question is isn't it, or maybe I'm sort of hypothesizing on my own, isn't it likely that the design of those industrial processes will adapt to effectively use exoskeletons?
Hopefully. So let's start with your first question. I think to like get the pieces of the puzzle together, we have to start with like more simple controlled experiments as we are starting now. And then if we really want to create a back skeleton for nurses in hospital or in outpatient settings, then we have to do the next step, like using user-centered designs and take the nurses with us in the developing process, and then having a project which is working in their daily surroundings and which is like accepted by them when they are wearing it. But to get there, we have to do some work before, and this is not done yet, and this is why we are starting there. And the other question is, like, I was one of the people who were responsible for the whole world ergonomic concept of Continental, and they were not doing their machines according to what the people were doing. They were doing their machines according to the processes on how fast can I get all this rubber into a tire. So, and like our like approach in like developing ergonomic user-machine interaction was quite hard to get into the heads of all these engineers that this has to fit to the movement of the people, and this don't have to induce dysfunctional body postures. And so hopefully, because this was done like 5 years ago, I guess, or maybe 6, hopefully the process is going on. And I know that Continental like employed people from human movement science to have this knowledge there. But yeah, we are not there yet.
Are there any other questions? Otherwise, can I ask a final question? So I think what is lacking in this field are field studies, and I'm wondering if you also have some plans in the near future to do more field studies, and also what is needed then to be able to do that?
Yeah, so when I like come back to the answer I gave to Stephen, like if we want to do this EMG and FNIS and whatever stuff at Audi or VW or somewhere else where we use this other limb exoskeletons, then we can't do it because we won't get any quite good data. So we have to do a development of measurement tools that can adapt to these industrial environments. And then when we have this like kind of measuring systems, then we can also do this kind of field research in a better way. And yeah, my husband, he's producing exoskeletons, and he's the biomechanical of a company, and he tried to do this a lot of times with their exoskeletons, and mostly the data is not good that he gets out of there. So we need to do a bit more of tech development for measuring, and then we can go outside and do everything in these situations.
Okay, thank you. I think that was the last questions. Thank you again for your presentation. We have a short break.
Okay, the VB is partner in a European network called Utopia, for which also the University of Warwick is present since the beginning, in fact, because in the meantime, during the second version, also the network has been extended. And we're very happy to have Professor Paolo Turini from the University of Warwick here, because this on designing artificial agents that learn to act for the social good. So please be attentive so we can see what this work is about.
Thank you everyone. Thanks for the kind introduction. Indeed, we are linked to this Utopia network. I hope I can represent my university appropriately. Okay, so this talk is about AI, classical AI, so not necessarily robotics. I want to go a bit beyond that. It's going to be about artificial agents, but also humans, you'll see, that take decisions. So this is a talk about decision making, agents that interact together, observe the environment, get rewards from the environment, penalties from the environment, and change their decisions accordingly, adapt. And of course, when we take decisions, there is always a fight sometimes between our own self-interest and the good of society. So this talk is also about understanding how can we align artificial agents to take decisions that are in the interest of everyone. And we'll see what this interest of everyone actually means. I will use a very concrete framework, which is game theory, to tell me how to define this concept. So, of course, so this talk is inspired by human behavior as well, and understanding pro-social behavior, altruism, other regarding preferences. And literature, science has taught us that even though people are often self-interested and self-centered, they are capable of altruistic behavior. And we see this many times, in many occasions, charity donations, volunteering, choices that concern others, not our own self, teamwork. And the goal of this line of research is to understand what makes it possible and to redesign, replicate this behavior if we can. Okay, so in the first part, I will talk about artificial agents, Q-learning agents in particular, that learn other regarding behavior. In the second part, I will also look at how humans take decisions and how humans help, and if we can, replicate that behavior using artificial agents. Okay, so the first part is only about computational modeling and simulation. The second part will be about experiments with humans. All right, so a basic fundamental contribution in evolutionary biology is by the work by Martin Novak in his paper 5 Rules for the Evolution of Cooperation, where I take a quote from and I'll motivate my research. So Novak says that cooperation, so acting in everyone's interest, looking at the interest of the other person, means that selfish replicators, so our genes, forego some of their reproductive potential to help one another. So the selfish gene that sacrifices itself for the interest of someone else. But natural selection is all about competition. Natural selection implies competition and therefore opposes cooperation unless a specific mechanism is at work. So our genes want to reproduce, perhaps at the expense of others, but we see that there is a lot of altruism in society. So what is it that makes it possible? And Novak says there will have to be other mechanisms than just natural selection. So things like kin selection, direct reciprocity, indirect reciprocity, network reciprocity, so our own group, as well group selection. So all these mechanisms that make cooperation possible in human societies. So I'm going to use game theory as a framework where I can understand individual choice, individual interest, and social interest. So what you see here, you might have seen it before, is a prisoner's dilemma, where you have two players of, if you like, a population with two types, a green and a red. So the green is the cyclist or altruistic behavior, and the driver. And these players, they can choose between these two options, and the combination of these two choices determine their payoff. Okay, so for example, if I'm the role player, I decide whether to cycle or drive. I'm going to think about what the other person is doing. And if they are cycling, I'm going to either get a payoff of 3 if I cycle, so my payoffs are on the left side of the entries, or a payoff of 5 if I drive. So if the other person cycles, then I'm better off driving. And if the other person drives, I get either a 0 for cycling or 1 for driving, so I'm also better off driving. As you can see, this paradox, this prisoner's dilemma, puts players in a position that if they were to decide for themselves, they will choose the selfish action no matter what the other person would do. But if they all do that, we end up in an outcome that is suboptimal because we could have both decided to cycle and get 3 each rather than 1 each. You see here the stride between individual behavior, the only Nash equilibrium of the game, and the Pareto efficient outcome, which is not an equilibrium, unfortunately, in the prisoner's dilemma. But we want to try and understand how artificial agent can be driven, can be designed to learn that it's better to cycle than to drive in this type of situation. Okay, so as I motivated before, if we were only to have game interaction, we would see in a situation like a prisoner's dilemma, the individual irrational choice is better for both. That's what everyone would do. But what we study now is a very simple partner selection mechanism that is simply an option of opting out. So the games I'm going to study is a prisoner's dilemma with this simple mechanism such that at each round, there are 2 steps. Players, they can choose whether to cooperate or defect, and they also can choose, after observing the result of the interaction, whether to continue interacting with the same person or simply breaking ties. Okay? And if ties are broken, when ties are broken, individuals are randomly rematched to someone else. This is the game. It's a very simple mechanism on top of the prisoner's dilemma. This is joint work with my postdoc, Dennis, and it'll be the paper I'm presenting in the first part of this talk will also be presented at AIMAS 2004, so in May in New Zealand. And it's about learning partner selection rules that sustain cooperation in this game. Okay, so the protocol I'm thinking about is we have a situation where a population of players are matched in pairs at random. Okay? And each of them decides whether to continue playing with the current partner or simply breaking ties. If ties are broken either way by either player, both players become available. They are in this pool of available players. The players who did not break ties, they keep playing together. Those available players are rematched in pairs at random. And each player plays a prisoner's dilemma with the current associated partner and receives the rewards. And the game continues. And we go back step 2 and we go on and on and on. Okay. So the way we design artificial agent is to use Q-learning. So this is a population of artificial agents that use this protocol that is called Q-learning. So those of you who are familiar with reinforcement learning will already know what this is. Otherwise, this is the one slide I will use to explain you the protocol. It's very simple. We have agents that always observe the partner's last action. So if my partner has cooperated in the past action, I will know this. If they defected, I will know this. This is all I know about them, okay? Whether they have cooperated or defected. Once I take my decision, we are both going to receive the reward. We are playing an underlying prisoner's dilemma game. And yes, so we both receive the reward and the game continues. The agents will simulate 20 rounds of this game. And these rounds will be they do partner selection first, so stay or switch with the protocol I mentioned. So either stay with the current partner or ask to break ties and be randomly rewired, and then play the game. Again, partner selection game, 20 times. Collecting all the rewards, then I'm going to have a stream of action, reward, action, reward, action, reward, after which I update what is called a Q value. So how good an action is at the current time point. And after these 20 rounds, the Q values are updated as follows. For each agent I at state S, and I'll explain what the states S are, the Q value of action A will be, so the new Q value will be the old Q value, yeah, plus some other expression. So the old Q value is QISA, and this will be multiplied by a learning rate. So how important it is that the new information against the old information, and we optimize this rate with a linear search at 0.05, and the old Q value will be added to this expression I told you about, that is the reward I get in the game, plus the Q value of the next state. So imagine this, I do this 20 rounds of simulation, and then I start from the last reward I get, and then I back propagate the value of the actions. After these 20 rounds, I have an idea of how good my policies are. Okay? So this is the algorithm. And there are, in this game, two types of states. There is partner selection, where I decide whether to stay or switch, and there is game strategy, whether I decide to cooperate or defect. I'm learning both the game strategy, and for the first time in the literature, we're not using heuristics for partner selection, we are also learning partner selection. And Q-learning, this algorithm, encompasses everything. This is the only protocol that we need. Okay? Now, we also not just, once we have the Q values, the question is how do we decide which action to take? It's not necessarily the action with the highest Q value, because I want to also explore. In learning, there is this trade-off between exploration and exploitation, right? I can have identified the best action now, but maybe it's not the true best action. It's just this local optimum. So I need to do some exploration, to try something that is currently bad. Maybe it's not bad in the long run, okay? And for this, this is the last technical slide with equations, is Boltzmann exploration that we use. So Boltzmann exploration is a measure that gives me the trade-off between exploration and exploitation. So basically, I have this expression that takes the Q value, exponentiates the Q value times a temperature parameter, and takes an action over the sum of all these values for each action. And if this temperature parameter, which is an inverse temperature from statistical physics, is 0, I'm just doing random choice. Yeah? But if this t tends to infinity, I'm choosing the action with the highest Q value all the time. So I need something that is in between. So we optimize this t to be 1. So we always choose proportionally to the Q values, a bit more to the actions that have the highest Q value, but we leave room for exploration. Yes? All right. So with this algorithm, Q-learning with Boltzmann action selection, we have this quite nice result. So on the right side, you see what happens when there is no partner selection. Agents are just matched at random. They can observe the action of their partner, and they decide what to do in the game. On the right side, the strategy that emerges in the game, the yellow line, is defection. So agents will converge to almost all the population will converge to defect. They learn to defect, okay, without having any choice about their partner. This purple line is the social reward, so how much reward is accumulated in society. On the left side is our partner selection protocol. And in both cases, we use Q-learning with Boltzmann exploration. We just don't have partner selection on the right side. We do have it on the left side. On the left side, our agents learn to cooperate. So cooperation takes over the population just with this minimal partner selection option. I decide to choose whether to stay with the current partner or be randomly rewired. I'm not telling you what to do. You're going to have to learn yourself. So having these actions that are learned both at the game strategy and the partner selection strategy determines populations where cooperation can be learned, and also how to choose the right partners so that cooperation emerges. So what's happening in these games? If we zoom in, right, so as I told you, each agent will observe the action of the person they are playing with, the last action. And then they can decide what to do. That's all they observe. But then there are 4 types of in-game strategies. I can decide whether to cooperate or defect based on what the others have done. So I either always cooperate, whether they were defectors or cooperators, I cooperate. That's an always cooperate strategy. I can maybe always defect. That's another strategy. Or I can copy the partner's last action. So I tit for tat. If you cooperated, I cooperate with you. But if you defected, I'm going to defect with you. Or do the opposite. These are the only possible strategies in the game. There are 4 of them. And this is for the game. But this is also true in the partner selection stage, there are also 4 possible strategies. Because I observed the opponent's last action, if you cooperated, I can decide whether to stay or to switch. So I can have an always stay strategy. I stay with you no matter what you do to me. I always break ties with you no matter what you did to me. Or I only stay with you if you are nice to me. Or I do the opposite. There are only 4 possible strategies, right? So we know from the literature that this rule of out for tat, that always stays with cooperators and always breaks ties with defector, is known to promote cooperation if forced. So if agents are told to play this way. But what we show is that cooperation can be enforced if rules are learned from scratch as well. We don't need to force them. Agents can learn in specific conditions. And we will see what happens actually in the game. And this is basically the main result. And we zoom in on the strategies. We are looking at the co-evolutionary model. It's not just agents deciding what to do with one another, but also deciding who to play with. That's really important because they can interact, they can form groups. This is also a game. How to behave with your partner based on their responses is also a game. So on the top part of the picture is the partner selection evolution through 100,000 rounds of simulation. And at the bottom, the co-evolution, the game strategies that evolve together. As you can see, the partner selection strategies that dominate the population and dominate the population early on are the always stay, the very loyal strategy, and the out for tat. In fact, the out for tat is the dominant one, and that becomes what agents learn to do. And because of that, at the game level, the strategies that dominate in the end are the always cooperate and the tit for tat. So it's not a causal relation. It's not like because out for tat emerges, then tit for tat emerges, but it's like it's a co-evolution. They sustain each other, and they reach an equilibrium. There are 2 dimensions in this game, and they reach this 2-dimensional equilibrium. The partner selection strategies and the game strategies evolve together, right? And it's a complex combination. It's not just one strategy. So, of course, if we were to impose out for tat from the beginning, we would get, okay, here it's not clear. If we were to extend the simulation to 100,000 rounds, we would get exactly the same number, which is 82% of cooperators. Here it's not conversed yet, but it will. But we get the same equilibrium. Only enforcing the rule is going to get there faster. So agents that are forced to behave in a good way will, of course, get cooperation, but we can learn the same levels without forcing the agents to behave in any way, in any specific way. Okay. So, and this is the first part of my talk. So it's about the computer simulations. The computers can learn cooperative behavior with partner selection by themselves. So opting out is this minimal partner selection mechanism that is not far off random matching, where defection is known to emerge. So only having this choice, do I stay or do I switch? That's enough to learn cooperation. I'll take your question in a second. Agents are able to learn cooperation sustaining partner selection strategies by themselves. And this out for tat is generally learned before tit for tat, but notice that being too loyal, always staying no matter what you do, is not enough to outcast defectors. So out for tat is good because it punishes people that don't behave well with us. Not by defecting back, but by breaking ties. And that's important, because if we only had loyalty, defectors will take over. So that's a simple message, yeah? So that's a threat of out for tat. It's not I'm defecting against you, I'm just breaking ties and going with someone else. That's what's happening here. And there is a cost of learning. Of course, if we were to enforce this rule immediately, cooperation would emerge faster. This is the first part of the talk. I'm taking a question now. Have you got the question?
Yeah,
yes, please.
Okay, so, oh, I apologize.
Yes, but he's loud enough, I think he will faster. No. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm waiting for the microphone.
yeah, no worries.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is it on?
Is it on?
Is the green light on? The green light is blinking.
Blinking.
It's connecting then?
Just wait
Oh.
2 seconds. No, don't touch it. Don't.
I'm sorry, I'm still in.
It's okay. We'll take time from the questions, huh? Maybe you can give him.
You can repeat the question.
Yes,
okay?
I repeat the
Okay.
question,
So
yeah.
my question is, in your construct, the selfish decision is somebody making a decision that's best for themselves,
Yes,
and the unselfish decision is being cooperative.
yes, correct.
Okay. Within the human species, I would argue now we have people who make the cooperative decision for selfish reasons.
So,
So
you know, so he's saying, in my construct, the selfish decision was that in individual's best interest, and the cooperative was the one looking at societal interest. But in nature, in human societies, selfishness can be done for cooperative reasons, and the other way around as well. Cooperation for selfish reasons.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I think many
No,
people
I
now
agree.
make selfish decisions.
Yes.
In order, they say, okay, I'm going to be selfish for myself
Yes.
because I want this world to exist
Yes.
for myself and my family, so I'm going to cooperate with everyone.
Right. Okay. So, yes. So I do agree. It all depends on the underlying game. So, what game are we playing? Are we playing a prisoner's dilemma? Is just one game. There can be many games, like coordination game, where we decide to wear the same color tomorrow at the conference dinner, or whether to drive to the left or to the right. You know, we need some coordination there. It's a different game. There are many, so depending on how you arrange these payoffs, you get completely different interaction. And I'm always assuming the players do act in their own interest. Just here, I'm looking at learning behavior that has consequences beyond the first game you play. You look at the long run. So these learning agents are able to look at the long-term decisions, not just at your own immediate decision. And it can be that by maximizes its long-term payoffs can coincide with your own interest and societal interest. Right? So that is the way to look at it from stepping back and look at the interaction. It's not just the only game you play now and that's it. There is a future, and you want to adapt to how this game is progressing. And this meta strategy is what you learn in the end, which could be selfish and coincide with the social interest.
So am I instructed
No,
when
you're
I play the game to win?
no, you're not instructing anything. That's the thing. The agents are told, maximize your own payoff for yourself, right? By creating conditions in your way of learning, in your interaction, in the underlying game, so that you end up learning good behavior. Even if you are, I'm not telling you cooperate. You learn to cooperate because it's in your own best interest. So I'm not giving you any rule. Agents learn by trial and error by themselves without any rule. Only the rules of the game. That's the thing. Okay, thanks. And the second part of the talk, feel free to interrupt. It's not a problem at all. I'm actually happy to take a break. The second part is about humans. And I'm going to talk about the same game, Prisoner's Dilemma with the option of opting out, where we have 6 groups of 6 people playing this game for 30 rounds. And let's see that if we can do how humans do. Yeah? The only difference, because of the experimental condition, is that people could not always be at the same time randomly rewired to someone else, but they had to wait until a rematching round where everyone is rematched. So if you say, I step out, you wait on the bench until everyone is rematched. So that's the only difference in the game. For experimental reasons, we had to do this. But same game otherwise. Matches with 6 groups of 6 people. They say cooperate or defect, stay or switch, and so on. Same game. And this is the group of people I work with. Nobi is a professor in Japan in economics, Thomas in Warwick in psychology, Apurva is a student in data science and psychology, Eugene is a PhD in psychology at Warwick, and Charlie is a postdoc at UCL, and Dennis, still the same, is a computer science researcher at Warwick. Okay, so we observe, because there is Japan and there is England, there are cultural differences in behavior, which is something I didn't consider in the previous work. This is on the left, the Warwick students. So the blue line is those that cooperate and stay, and the other lines, so the orange line is defect and switch, so they're like the cheaters behavior. You see that Warwick students tend to be much more selfish. They start with a lower level of cooperation, and they even drop below. And defection, they learn to defect. Osaka, instead, highly cooperative throughout. Okay, there are cultural differences, and it's like, okay, what's going on? Can we reproduce it with learning? And normally you say, oh, this is the Q-learning algorithm. It's like the same for everyone. How can you even think of encoding these things? Let's try and see what we do. So what we are doing is a very basic learning algorithm called cross-learning, which is even simpler than Q-learning. Each agent has a policy. A policy is a probability distribution over the set of actions, just like the Q values that we had before, but we have no learning parameter, no gammas, no taus, nothing. Agents take a decision, get the reward, like they're playing a game, and then they update their policy, okay? These are artificial agents, by the way, not humans. We'll compare to humans later. The experiments you've seen, these are humans. These are artificial agents, okay? So the policy of the Q-learning, for the action that you took, say you decided to cooperate, you update the probability, P of X, say the probability that you cooperated. The new probability is the old probability plus the reward you got for cooperation. That's going to depend on what the other person has done. Yeah, if they defect or if they cooperate, that's going to change. Minus the reward times the probability that you were to cooperate. And for the other actions, you just subtract the probability from and RPX from the old probability. So if you look at the equations, I'm just adding R and subtracting R, because this P of X is a probability distribution. Okay? So I'm reshuffling the probabilities based on the rewards obtained. If I got a good reward, the chance that I take that action is going to be higher at the next round. That's what's happening, yeah? According to a specific rule that is cross-learning. It so happens that this algorithm is going to converge to a Nash equilibrium of the underlying game. Agents don't know they are playing a game, don't know there are other agents. They just take actions and receive rewards. But if I have multiple agents interacting together using cross-learning, and they are playing an underlying game, they will find a Nash equilibrium of the game, even without knowing it. And that's the beauty of cross-learning. And it's really, there is a deep connection between reinforcement learning and evolutionary game theory that is hidden there in the surface, but there are beautiful results linking the two, saying simply that if learning agents set in a certain way interact together, they will find a Nash equilibrium strategy, necessarily. Okay, and this is a nice survey, 2015, that shows this. Okay, so we want now to simulate this human behavior using cross-learning. What we do is to split our artificial agents in group of 6. Each of them uses cross-learning, and they keep a policy space like the humans did. Cooperate, I stay. Cooperate, I switch. Defect, I stay. Defect, I switch. They start, and that's the only information we give, with the initial policy, P of X, is the same as the population-wide policy. So if 60% of humans at Warwick cooperated yes, that's the policy of the reinforcement learning agents at the beginning. Those are the Warwick agents. The Osaka agents will have another policy. After that, we let them play together. Okay? That's the only input we give. And then they perform 30 rounds of cross-learning. Okay. And we have an accuracy measure, which simply means accuracy is the distance between the simulation point and the data point, as you expect, averaged. Okay? And the benchmark is there is no learning at all. Let's just use the initial policy. As you expect, like those are the most basic things you can do. This is cross-learning with the Warwick data. On the right side, the cross-learning agents, and on the left side, the Warwick humans. There is similarity, so the accuracy is higher than the benchmark, but by almost nothing. So there is a faint improvement on the benchmark. That is no learning at all, and there's a faint improvement on the accuracy of the algorithm. So Warwick agents learn to defect like Warwick humans, and these things are very close at the end than those of Warwick. Okay, But there are some differences, as you can see. The shapes are different, and so on. Osaka is much better. The accuracy is almost, maximum accuracy you can obtain is 1. You replicate exactly the experiments, and we know how noisy experimental data are. But they do quite well. So the yellow line goes up a bit, and the benchmark is high, but the accuracy is significantly higher. Okay, I was happy about these results, but not that much, because okay, the shapes are not that good. So what's going on? What is the algorithm not doing that we could improve on? And as you can see from the data, in the rematching rounds of the human behavior, the people that stay to play tend to cooperate more. So the people that have left the experiments were the defectors. And you could read off a sort of out for tat policy here as well. The humans also behave like that. They say, well, actually, it's because you cooperated with me that I stay with you. That's what humans are doing in the experiment. Okay? If you defect, then I go with someone else. That's what humans are doing, more or less. So we wanted to say, okay, so the positives are, of course, that these cultural differences, Warwick, Osaka, they could be encoded with initial cross-learning policies. And people are learning in this game. Yeah? It's not just about social norms, whether I believe I should cooperate. Observing the other people's behavior changes the behavior of people themselves during the experiment. Okay? And there is a spike of cooperation, though, that is like suggests a sort of out for that rule. And cross-learning does not see that. Cross-learning is action, reward, action, reward. I don't see what the other person has done. Well, I see it in the experiment, but I don't use it in my computation. So what we did is to formulate this conditional cross-learning algorithm that simply says, I'm going to have 2 policies. One is if my opponent cooperates, I update my policy, cooperator policy. If my opponent defects, I update my defector policy. I take this information into account. And the rest is the same. Let's see what happens. This is conditional cross-learning on the Warwick data, which is much better. The accuracy has increased to 93%. It's quite good. I mean, I think the only input is the initial data of the simulation. Okay? And Osaka, even better. Like, it's the same. I don't want to say the same, but it's quite good accuracy. And this is a lowest regression curve, of course. The curves are uniform over all tables. It's the lowest regression. Okay? But you can compare we compare in the end point by point. The curve is just representational. So these are the results, which I liked a lot. But of course, there is a lot more to be done. Huh? So conditional cross-learning learns some sort of out for that rule and reproduces human behavior in the experiments fairly faithfully. So remember, conditional cross-learning is just an agent that takes actions, gets rewards, and observes the action of the other person. They don't know they are playing a game. They just have this input. They don't know they don't know how many people they are playing with. They just take action, reward, policy update. Okay? And that's all they do. Right? Humans have a lot more in their head. Social norms, past history, experience. They have hopes that the game will continue after the game continues or not. But it seems that for this experiment, a simple learning algorithm is enough to reproduce the overall behavior. Of course, it's a bold claim, and we need to check and recheck and so on. But it's not always the case that everything regarding metacognition, social norms, plays a role significantly. Yeah? So that is the message here. And initial policies in the cross-learning algorithm are a way to encode cultural differences, because we can just look at the distribution. That's how people enter the game. And there is a lot more to be understood, a lot more games, a lot more situations, timescales. Yeah, let's say if humans could play 5 times and then choose whether to stay or switch, should they behave the same, changing all the time? I don't know. Long-term experiments, will humans, after 100 rounds and not 30 rounds, learn different behavior? Does population size matter? I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully, we'll see soon. Of course, like I said, when we take a decision that is ethical, unethical, selfish, there is a lot more than just learning here. There is like our perception of other people, society, and so on. Or is there? Is it always the case? Does this always play a role in our behavior? Or learning is so much more predominant than we think? And that's the question I leave you with. If you have any questions for me. Thank you very much.
I will just quickly check if online there were questions.
There is
Otherwise,
someone there.
sorry.
I was just curious about the reinforcement learning approaches
Yes.
you mentioned regarding Q learning. I think there are also other methods. I'm just curious, what other methods did you consider implementing? And the second thing is regarding the exploitation versus the exploration aspect regarding the Boltzmann constant that you mentioned. So how should one approach this? Because you don't want to have infinity time, and you also don't want to have zero learning rate, obviously, so that you just exploit based on some external input. So this would be my two questions.
Yeah, very good questions, thanks. So we use SARS-Q learning, where we have this next state S prime B prime you saw in the equation. I can go back to it. This is not the only way of implementing Q learning, sorry. We could have the maximum action at the next state, which is standard Q learning. Of course, we use Q learning because we are also building on existing work in the literature. They use Q learning for a different type of update, and we wanted to compare to that, so we started with that, and that works for specific values. So I'm not saying that not having alpha 005 or not having T1 will cause cooperation to emerge. Likely not. So we optimize these hyperparameters, looking at when cooperation was emerging, and we're saying, look, we found conditions such that cooperation emerges. Number one. Number two, whichever learning algorithm like cross-learning, Q-learning you will use, under the initial conditions, is shown to get you to the underlying Nash equilibrium of the game from that policy. So I dare say I'm very agnostic about the learning algorithm, because in the long run, they will get you to that equilibrium. Of course, the experiment with humans was not about long run, was about short run, medium run. So, and we found that conditional cross-learning was the algorithm that was fairly reproducing the behavior. Q-learning was not doing that because of the way online learning works. So again, where reinforcement learning works, there is a lot of guesswork and trial and error. So we're also learning on which Q-learning or which reinforcement learning methods to use. There is hyperparameter optimization to do. And there is not known universal approach to choose. And that's good because it makes it interesting, but also bad because it makes it a lot of guesswork. That's my answer.
Any other questions?
I'm just curious on the applications of
Yes.
this.
Yes.
What could be the applications?
Yes. Okay. So of course there is a lot. This is like very much fundamental research and talking about having AI that can replicate human behavior when it comes to social dilemmas of cooperation. So that is, I think, already an application in itself. So we want to construct artificial agents that can reproduce human behavior in the same way that we want to construct artificial agents that are better at poker than human beings. So it's like this fundamental effort of AI research. But I was talking yesterday to someone who does LLMs. Of course, let's talk about this. And they were talking about distributed computation and the need to, when you have several sources, several experts that you want to optimize from, it's often computationally costly to take everything together and optimize these engines together. And you need to do a small-scale optimization where each of these experts will have to connect to similar experts and then have a local interaction, an underlying game. So partner selection is not just something that occurs in social insects. By the way, another application, because when you have this interaction between different drones that coordinate together for a social good, that's also a possibility. But it's also a computational thing because distributed optimization can save you a lot of time, and partner selection is a way of doing distributed optimization that can find application in this information extraction, coordination between robots, and so on. So we're still exploring that, of course. It's a legitimate question, good question, and yes, I'm also looking forward to knowing more about that. Yes. Yes.
Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I have a question.
Yes.
So I didn't understand all the technical details, to be
It's
honest,
okay.
but I understand.
Neither do I sometimes.
But I understand the general concept,
Yeah.
and I was wondering, because now you have, let's say, you use the 0, the 5 at the beginning, to
Yes.
indicate like a value. You did not
Yes.
specifically say what it was. I'm wondering, what if you have 2 values as possible outcomes, where people have to, or people or AI have to weigh different values? For instance, let's say euros, or I don't know.
Multi-objective optimization, is that
yeah.
what you want? That's difficult. I mean, you need to have a way of choosing, like, does salary matter more than quality of life? No way. Does salary matter more than location, where I live? So these two things, for example, do I have a way of assigning a numerical value to these and then I aggregate them, or is more like a safety concern? That's like, first that, like some lexicographic preference. I want to be safe, and then thinking about my salary. You know, one comes before the other. So you need to give me a theory of that for me to be able to come up with an aggregation. But once you do that, and I can come up with an aggregation, then you'll have a learning protocol. And we'll have a different game, for sure. That is, but this is just one game.
Yes,
with some numbers, for example.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. Yes.
Again, on your data, when you show the personal replies.
You mean the experimental data?
Yes, experimental data.
These data?
Yeah,
yes.
these, for example.
Yes.
If I look at the blue ones, every 6th time, I think there is a kind of a drop and an increase.
This is the rematching round. That's exactly what's happening.
So it's every round makes a kind of...
So this is the experimental thing. So we wanted to have these rematching rounds. And then the people were told, with probability 1/6, you will be rematched to someone else. If you waited on the bench, with probability 1/6, you will have a new partner. In order to be uniform across the experiments, the die had to be thrown before to have this distribution and then have these rematching rounds that people were not told, but just to compare the results of the experiments. And the people that remain are those that are still playing and are more cooperators than defectors, you see? So the people that have remained in the game have decided to cooperate more often across all the experiments. By the way, here there are 200 people as well, and here as well. It's not just 6 groups of 6 people, it's across several. Yes, so this is what's happening. Yeah.
Hello, I would like to thank you for your present. Oh,
yes, please don't move.
I would like to thank you for your very interesting presentation. We will have a very short break, and then we will be back.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, welcome to the third part and final part of this workshop. So this is being presented by Fatma Demir. I'm coordinating a European project called SMART, which is a Marie Curie Innovative Training Network, where we go from smart materials which have self-healing, sensing and activating capabilities towards soft robots. But in fact, the daily management is done by Fatma, who does an incredible job managing such a complex European network. And so she also will present the learnings and the outcomes of this project.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks, Bram. My name is Fatma Demir. I'm working as a postdoctoral researcher here in the VUB. I'm a material scientist. I'm a chemical engineer, and I'm working as a project manager for the SMART project. So today, after two very nice talks who are focusing on the real science, but I will, in my talk, will direct you to a more sustainability-related talk. So I choose a SMART project to also give you a kind of an example how to implement these sustainability aspects into project management, because SMART project is a multidisciplinary project, so hopefully every one of you could find a small, tiny pick for your sustainable application for your research management or your research group, hopefully, at the end of the day. So the research idea of the project is about soft robotics. Here is the Baymax robot of Disney with many advantages of being lightweight, flexible, cheap, safe, and human-friendly, while on the other hand, the hard robots could be sometimes have disadvantages of having hard, metal-dependent, heavy, and unsafe. So we all know that soft robotics already have so many application fields already in many industries, like food packaging, exoskeletons, health, surgery, agriculture, and many more. But of course, every advantage comes with another disadvantage. So soft materials also have their disadvantage of being vulnerable to harsh environments during their applications. So there are some material improvements needs to be done. In most applications, hybrid fashion is applied, so some parts of the robot can be used soft, but some other parts could be used in hard in research. But there are, of course, completely soft robots in the research and market as well. One of the main material improvements for soft robots is self-healability. Similar to the healing of our wounds, when we have a small cut on our finger, the wound heals itself during time. So thanks to smart chemistry behind it, our materials for soft robots could also similarly heal itself during the time. So it's a very good application field of joining smart chemistry, self-healable materials with soft robots. That's why next week in our forum, my colleagues Sepe Terrain from Robotics and Jos Brancard from the Material Department of the VUB are going to explain you a lot about all these scientific works, especially material design, material processing, and demonstrations on soft robots. So I will directly move towards the sustainability and the project. So as Bram has said, SMART is a big consortium. It's a Marie Curie International Training Network, which means there are so many mobility and training is involved. So the main objective is to train 15 early stage researchers, 15 PhD students among this training network. It's a very multidisciplinary project. A lot of chemists, engineers from robotics, electrical and engineering, mechanical and automation backgrounds also included in this project. There are 10 European countries involved. 8 of them are EU members, including 2 others associated states, Turkey and Switzerland. It's a very good and strong consortium build-up. VUB is the main coordinator of this consortium, as BRAM is the main coordinator for such a consortium. We also have a lot of industrial partners involved in the project. So it started during the COVID times. I will explain in short. So it's almost towards the end of the project. So I thought that's why it will be interesting for you to kind of find a good application experience to pick and apply, hopefully, in your own applications, in your sustainability applications in your research. So those are the 15 PhD students recruited for the SMART project. They have their own individual research topics, as I have indicated next to their names. The thing is, their individual projects are somehow interconnected to each other. So some of them are already, some of the PhD students already defended their PhDs and moved to new jobs, and most of them are writing their PhDs now and about to defend their PhD thesis. By the way, only 4 of these PhD students are in the VUB. 2 of them are for the robotics, and the 2 of them for the material scientist research groups. Okay, so what we have done is, in order to train these 15 PhD students to be able to fulfill the future leaders in smart materials and soft robotics, we organized 8 research training events. So we first trained them on the fundamentals of materials and robotics, of course, and then we also integrated, we also trained them on the integration of smart sensors, smart actuators, smart control, and etc., and then application of these materials and in many industrial applications. We also included valorization into our training events. Our PhD students organized also a conference in SMART as a kind of a SMART workshop, and at the very end we have completed an international conference and a business event here in the AI Experience Center recently with a successful business fair. But our students are not only trained for scientific, knowledge, but since the future leaders also need some other soft skills like scientific skills, science communication and fundraising, project management, career exploitation, and so on. All these kind of soft skills are also kind of presented to our students as a training topic. So these are I will start some movies in manually. Hopefully it will work. Yeah. So those are the technological breakthrough of the work packages that maintained by the PhD students about smart materials, material system development, and robotic developments. So I will just move out again from research to sustainability management of the project. Since it's a Marie Curie action, the Green Charter and the Green Deal is our own 2 very important fundamental base, since both promote a very best practice in sustainable research and project management. But there are some very generic measures already implemented, suggested to implement, which are promoting green purchase, ensuring the sustainability of project events, using low emission form of transport, promoting online teleconferencing, developing awareness on sustainability, and sharing ideas and best practice examples, as we are doing now here, sharing best practice examples. But how are we going to implement I mean, real examples on our own research. So I will now try to elaborate with examples from SMART project that we think we did a very good job towards these. So hopefully it will also lead to other projects as well. So when we talk about sustainability and sustainable research, it's always about training. It starts with always traveling. That's why I like to bring this flight decision tree from ETH Zurich. So it starts with questions. Do I really want to participate that specific, conference or a workshop and etc. And there are, of course, questions saying, do I have to be there in particularly there or should I be there as a group and etc. So, and if the answer is yes, then do I need to participate there in person? Do I have an extra added value to be there in person, or is there a virtual attendance is possible and etc. If it's again a yes, then do I need to fly there, or is there a kind of a other option available, train, bus, or sharing a car? And what are the costs in terms of time, money, carbon dioxide emission, and also comfort? Then if still it's a yes, then a direct flight maybe, or choosing the best flight with a low carbon dioxide efficiency airline choosing, and also an economic class can also be the option. I know this is something, this is an issue, but it is not the only issue that we need to focus on. That's why we need to dig a bit further on how sustainability should be built up in research management. In a very recent publication, is categorized as a flow of information, flow of goods, flow of capital, and flow of people. I like the way it has been organized in such a groups to give you a kind of an overview idea, what could be the consequences, what could be the alternatives, and etc. So there are 10 principles for running a project sustainably, they mention. The first group is about learning about sustainability. The second group is improving the sustainability. And the third group is scaling up and spreading the word. And the very last one, recognizing bias and limits, is a kind of an overarching topic covering all of them. So I will start with the very first one, monitoring the environmental footprint and minding the real carbon footprint. So it is about defining a common sustainability target in our research group and monitoring them regularly, for example, annually or biannually, for example. So we can choose the topic of travel and resource consumption, or waste generation, or recycling applications in our research group or research program. What I like is there's very good calculators available online. The one that I just show you here is the travel carbon footprint calculator. It is the one which is specifically or particularly to the scientific community. So you can just put in some, your destination, how many people are you going to go there, with which traveling options it's available. So it calculates how much carbon dioxide emission will be involved, how much cost it's going to it's going to cost you. So the second one shown in this paper is also adapting to new practices. So as we all know, COVID-19 forced us to remote working from homes. We built new norms, and we mastered in many different platforms for our teachings and presentations. But do we need to maintain this new adopted new practices, or should we return back to our old practices? It is always a kind of a, decision making, because sometimes it is the new practices could be an enabler in terms of sustainability, but sometimes it turns out to be a disabler. For example, Should we fix the old and less efficient printer in the lab? Or should we buy a A+++ and green printer, for example? Or should we this time again fix the fridge in the lab to put chemicals on? Or should we go to a market and buy again A+++ sustainable fridge, for example? This is always a kind of a compromise to make in every step for us. So about adopting new practices, what we have done is we had to switch from the start to a completely fully online training events, because the project has started during the COVID times. So it was a kind of a very tricky one, but thanks to having some flexible, skills, we made it at the end. But we also, learned how to do it on the way. But I will show you a very nice example of one of the social events that we have made online, because I think it's the very hardest one, I think, to involve a kind of a social activity to gather everything and to gather everyone and enjoy the time together. We organized in one of our events as an online escape room. It was quite fun to introduce our newly recruited PhD students to each other, so they kind of chat each other, mingle each other, and feel comfortable as a team. Another application was a bit more delicious one. So what we did is we made packages of Belgian chocolates, and we have sent them to the homes of the attendees. And then our consortium hired a professional chocolate chef in Brussels, and online one night we made chocolate pralines at home all together. I think it was a quite fun and sustainable social event for these times. For improving the sustainability in research, as already been said, prioritizing the railway bus is always the first option as much as possible, especially at least in the EU. I like the way that German universities use the kind of a rule not to use a flight if it's less than 1,000 kilometers. Please correct me if I'm wrong in Germany. But also another application could be hybrid conferences, but not only for trainings, but also department seminars, PhD defenses, board meetings, and etc. We also did all these kind of board meetings online, and to make them also accessible for wider audiences, PhD defenses also continue to be done online. But it's not only online meetings, but the meeting presentations and documentations are also considered a sustainability topic. So we kept all documentations in SharePoint, in cloud, and we tried to also record all the trainings as much as possible for future use, similar to what we are doing here in BrIAS, because it's also a kind of a collecting library. I think it's very added value at the end. If one of the students has kind of switched to a new one, the new coming students still can catch up the previous trainings as well. I also put some photographs, some pictures from our events. The bottom ones also, the three bottom ones shows the one that we have done in the winter school in Cambridge. It was a very tough but very good experience for me, because we also there applied a parallel session, but also on hands-on tutorials in hybrid. So people are sent, people received the kind of a package how to make those kind of tutorials at home, and they followed the same tutorial at home. So it was also a kind of a very, how to say, brilliant way of doing things during those hard times, I believe. So it's not only about the research, but it's also the way how we live in campus, for example. It's always energy and water efficiency, upscaling to renewable energy, and developing shared infrastructure for students, for example, laundry rooms, kitchens, cafeterias, and etc. But it's also in our research groups how the waste management is done, how the recycling is taken care of, how are we taking care of the resource management. But it's not only campus life, the private life also. As a mother, for example, I always try to kind of educate my kids also at home. As a scientist also, in our private lives, it's our duty to spread the message, teach our kids, rethink about our shopping practices, for example, our personal health and well-being, also waste management at home, smart transportation to work every day is also very small but very impactful applications that we could do. And then the last one in this slide, I would like to talk about eco-anxiety. It is a bit of a less known, less spoken topic. I would read the quote. Particularly young people could struggle with overwhelming feelings and get intimidated. This may set free energy for taking action, but for many, at least at times, causes rather the contrary. They fall into despair, feel depressed, or adopt a fatalistic or cynical attitude. This, for example, happened to my kid last year. He was an 8 years old kid. Having a kind of very good sense of environmental, environmental way of thinking, but he was too worried about how many years could we still have tap water, for example. So he was asking what will happen when all the ice are molten in the poles. So those kind of senses should not be overloaded, I would say. So that's why there's an eco-anxiety there, and it's not only my son, I know, but it's also risky for especially young researchers. So what to do for this one is accepting eco-anxiety as a normal reaction. So it's normal to have to feel stressed, actually, but we need to divert this feeling to a kind of a more constructive and constructive deal. So we can say that develop positive vision of pathways to develop hope and imagine positive futures of a good life, which is achievable, tangible, and we work for it. Research design and impact, for example, is another type of sustainability principle that we could apply into our research. So it's mainly incorporating sustainability into the research topic. In SMART, we were lucky, we were already dealing with sustainability because we have the materials who plays with self-healability, recyclability, lifetime extension, bio-based chemistry, and so many others. So the topic were already in the center of sustainability. But during the proposal writing, we might always consider the sustainability and its impacts in the objectives, in the methodology, and in the expected outcomes of the project. We could link the research objectives with sustainability impacts, and also we should engage local and social media with generating these documentaries. I put one of them, very nice one, that we use to inform or disseminate to the public for our communication activities. And the number 8 is about engaging with stakeholders. it's not only the researchers, it's not only PIs, it's not only the professors, but our research is linked with so many stakeholders. The best way to engage them is to integrate the stakeholders as partners in the project proposal, in the project actually. They could be municipalities, they could be local companies, they could be associations, individuals, or even a group of kids could be integrated into the research. Collaborating with other projects also is very important. That's why I put this. I don't know if you see. I don't know if you see this one. For example, in this project in Austria, we have combined our training events with another project, Chemitecture. So Chemitecture was already going to make a conference. We were also already going to make a conference, so we made a kind of a combined power all together at the same place. So all the attendees could join both conferences. So it's a kind of a win-win for two projects. We also applied a lot of visits. Like in AI Center, we always have visitors and we explain how our projects is working and what are we involving, what our smart materials are used for, and etc. Then we also try to become as visible as possible. Because as researchers, we are not only, wasting our lives in laboratories. We are building things, we are engineers, we are making useful things, and society needs to know this. Plus, actually society pays for this because the taxpayers are the ones. So we are funded by their money. So I always believe that they have to know what their money is used for. So I always try to be as conscious as possible about the communication and dissemination activities, showing what has been done in this project within these 3 years, for example. So, for example, in this one, in Innoviris project, I Love Science Festival, there is a group of, so many groups of students who are making robotic fingers in their science events. And etc. So this, for example, the Merry Christmas, finger tapping and making Morse alphabet is also used as a kind of opportunity to show what we are still running research and we are still working on it, and we use this to become visible. So I think it's a very good thing that we researchers need to keep in mind that, being successful is not only publishing papers, we need to make it visible to everyone, our kids and etc. Because it's also important for the STEM future generations. So sustainable teaching is my next topic. As PIs, postdocs, professors, research is not our only topic. We also need to teach, and teaching sustainability is also our one of the keys. And the teaching is the key arena, I believe, because that's how you spread the idea of living sustainably to the new generations. So being a role model is, I believe, important, and there are some education for sustainable development tools online. I really like them, so you can just check them online. Some universities also have living labs to engage students in sustainability. I love them. And I also like to use apps and tools for online teachings. Some of them are listed here: Kahoot, Slido, for example, Menti, Vivox. I really like to collect the real-time feedback online, in time, on air, with applying a few very small, quick quiz, evaluation, and tests and survey. I think it's also a very sustainable way of dealing with it without distributing papers, sending emails, trying to collect them, and etc. So it's a very efficient way of doing it. And the last one is the biases and limits. What is it? It says that we have to accept somehow that we cannot act 100% fully perfect in our lives. So sometimes long distance air travel may simply be the only option, irreplaceable. So what we are going to do is we try all our chances, but then don't get desperate at the end if we need to take a flight, for example. Another applications could be building up a research group, for example, from many different diverse backgrounds. It's also increasing how your team or how your research groups they are going to work together and elevate the efficiency. It's not only my consideration, my opinion, but it's already European Commission's practice saying that diversity indeed is increasing the efficiency at workplace and sustainability therefore. Again, speaking of sustainability as we are doing now here, at the end of the day, I know you're all fatigued, but it really is worth to take a few minutes to kind of consider what could be done, what could be implemented, how can I make it better in my research group, what could be improved in my research laboratory, how can I run my next project a bit better, a bit greener, I would say. So I think that brings me to the end of my talk, and I would like to acknowledge my beneficiaries and European Commission especially for the SMART project, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you for your presentation. Does anyone have a first question? Otherwise, I have one, because you went through all these 10 different principles, let's say, and advice. Looking back and how you implemented that in this project, which one, according to you, was most impactful for your project?
Well, there are some of them very impactful for the project, but there are some of them very impactful for the team. Because starting such a project within the chaos of COVID-19, moving everything to online platforms were quite challenging. With all the borders are closed, no traveling allowed, but the project is about traveling, and etc. So it was very, I think, challenging. But the one which is about making online training events for the project was, I think, the best. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see multiple questions.
Yeah, just a question on sustainability first. Thank you for bringing, I think, this debate. I think we don't discuss as much as I thought so, maybe, about sustainability. And I'm just wondering if you have this question of from which perspective you are talking about sustainability, like from where or so. I don't think sustainability will be asked the same way in certain countries or so. Yeah.
That's true, actually. But thanks to European Commission, I think EU states have a similar way of thinking in terms of sustainability, because all the implementations and policies are towards the sustainable development goals that is already been published. I think every country also trying to kind of implement these goals into their research and industry. But I agree that not every country applies everything in the same way. But being aware of what really it means in terms of the 3 pillars of sustainability, like economy, social and environment, is still, I think, the core that everyone and every country still pays attention to.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I would really like to thank you again for your
Thank you.
presentation. Just have a short announcement and then we are done. I will just.
Yeah.
Can I have your cable?
Mhm. Yeah, it's on. I'll just switch back.
Can you hear me? Thanks everyone for your attention. I would like to thank the speakers again, Professor Bettina Wollesen, Professor Paolo Turini, and Dr. Fatma Demir. Thank you all for your presentations. A short announcement is that we have next week, next to our seminar on Thursday, we also have our forum on Friday. Looking forward to it. And, oh, then it disappeared. It will come back. So the event next week on Thursday, so the normal BrIAS seminar will take place at the ULB again, and the forum on Friday will take place in this same location at the VUB. Next week we have a planned event to go to Beaux-Arts and then to eat out. If you haven't RSVP'd yet via email or via the invitation, please do so, so Michelle and I can make reservations. Thank you all. Thank you everyone.